Hello, Concal. How are you? Good and you? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Let me up. Up. Hello, Gonzalo. I think the sound is low. The sound is low of my mic or the sound of the music? Is the sound of my mic low or the sound of the music, the background music? Overall, really? Because I can guarantee you that I've not changed anything. Let me check real quick. Yeah. Are you sure it's not on your side? Because like on my own sound levels, it's the same as usual. Maybe it's my TV. Yeah, I don't know. Did you switch to Chromecast and you change the volume with another remote or something? That often happens on my mom's TV. Yeah. I mean, there's one thing that happened with my mic this morning is that my mic like unscrewed, but I didn't see it coming. Like if I do this, that should not change. That should not change anything. You should just hear. Brrr. Yeah, increase is good now. Okay, 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 good, 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 good. Very nice. Well, I am I am continuing to edit my very long footage. Bon, today I did not do that because I had to like reorder some uh, closets of mine with lots of old stuff. But it's ongoing. It's ongoing, and yeah, it's ongoing. You can touch sun and grass. You catch sun and touch grass today? Oh no, I don't do that. Never. I never touch grass or catch the sun. It's forbidden, you know. I must live the life of a vampire, a nerd vampire. You know. It's just that I feed through the internet, you know, and the computers. I plug myself into the computer, and voila, that's good, you know. But you know, maybe on Monday or Tuesday, I will catch the sun because I will have to go out to buy the groceries, you know. So I will have to do that. But yeah. Hello Tito. Good morning, petit underscore point. Good morning. My name is Tito underscore. I went 5 kilometer walk with my father. Ah, very nice. Very nice. How are you, petit underscore point? I'm very good. And you? Very good, very good. Very good, very good. And by the way, I think later in March I will probably like take a week of not streaming, but I will tell you like a bit before. Not next week, maybe after. So yeah. My name is Tito underscore. Is good, petit underscore. Very nice. Petit underscore pois. Very nice. Yeah. I published 2 clips yesterday or the day before that, I think. That got a little bit like got some views. 2 clips I published yesterday, 600 views. Funnily enough, I tried to promote this one about like the crazy stuff that Opus did with Opus, like the crazy blog posts where they are anthropomorphizing Opus. But it's not doing much. Huh? I paid €1 and I have 34 views, and organically the short in itself made 600 views in like 3 days or something, 2 or 3 days. I know it was published yesterday, so in one day. So is there a point at promoting shorts? Maybe not. Maybe I should promote for the big videos like this. Like for example, when I will publish my big video, I might put like €20 to promote it, on the YouTube promotion stuff. Just to push the views a little bit, because look at these numbers, you know? But the shorts, it's like the shorts are, self self-sustaining, I guess. Funny. Except this one. This one, 5 views. I don't know why. It's funny. So yeah. But let's start the news. Let's start the take a news. Um, ah, Up. Okay. First news. New benchmark for OpenClaw that I noticed. Well, the news today, there's not many news, so I'm just going to like talk also about NASA and the rockets and stuff like that. But since I saw that just before launching, I wanted to look at it. Pinch bench. So it's basically a benchmark, but specifically for using OpenClaw, which is interesting because it means that it's kind of contrary to what I mean. It's not contrary, but it's slightly underwhelming for Anthropic, even though Peter Steinberger, the creator of OpenClaw, said multiple times that in his experience, the Anthropic models were way better general agents compared to Codex or compared to, I mean, I guess he didn't try Gemini, but I guess he mainly tried the big models from Anthropic and Codex, and he thought that Anthropic would do better at being a general agent. But it seems that actually, 5.3 Codex is the winner, which is funny. But GPT 5.4 is not yet into this benchmark. I guess GPT 5.4 might be a bit better at handling especially general tasks than 5.3. codecs. But the surprising thing here is Gemini 3 Flash preview, which is like a few months old. Like I think Flash preview came out like in 2025, in October or November 2025, probably, or maybe December. I don't remember. It's nice that it's so good at handling general tasks. Minimax 2.1 also, which is not the latest from Minimax, which is the like the generation before the latest one from Minimax, which is also a very good model. The latest one is 2.5, so it's funny that 2.1 is better than 2.5, I guess. Or is it just yeah, I don't see another Minimax. Mistral AI also not crazy good, but not crazy bad either. Router step one. Alors, the fact that GPT 5.2 is so bad is very shocking. Like GPT 5.2 is below Devstral, like Mistral Devstral, which is like a small model from Mistral, and the latest Mistral models are not that good compared to the Soda. It's even below DeepSeek 3. It's even below. Oh la la, this is crazy. 5.2 is below Gemini 2.5 Flash Lite, which is crazy. And even 4.0 Mini. What the hell? What is wrong with GPT 5.2 that it's so bad at being an agent? Success rate by model. Percentage of tasks completed successfully across standardized agent tests. Going to check the task. In AI, there is a benchmark for everyone. Yes, exactly. I mean, I even started doing my own benchmark yesterday, but to like try to test on the things that I think are interesting and that I would like AIs to be able to do, but they don't. They can't do. Like I don't know if you remember, but I tried to do some artificial life ecosystem simulation or whatever, and well, it was very hard. Especially I tried to do that like from scratch with the AI using WebGPU to create a game engine, basically a graphics engine, and it just failed miserably. All the SOTA model failed miserably. So I guess it's a good benchmark, like it's a hard task for those models. So now I'm trying to formalize this into a nice little repo that I'm probably going to try to open source. I want to open source three things in the next few days, weeks, I guess. It's my health check, my little health check script that I made for my own machine that is pretty cool. It's pretty simple, I think. So, and can be useful for people. It's like a script that does health checks of your RAM, CPU, GPU, SSD, network I/O, plus some light 60 seconds stress tests, just so that you can catch the most blatant like hardware degrading, basically. I think that's pretty nice. So I will open source that. I also want to do, but maybe it's going to be harder, to do a similar kind of small script that does some security checks, to make sure, especially with, to use on a machine like OpenClaw, just like, some deep analysis of like what ports are open, what is available, if your machine is open on the internet, like, and I want the script to be portable to check and to install their own libraries if they need to. you know. So yeah, I'm going to try to open source that, and also probably this little benchmark. It will be just a little benchmark that will not be like lots of tasks like that. It will be like 6 tasks, I think, but 6 heavy tasks that take like 30 minutes each or something, up to 30 minutes, and where you need to actually inspect visually, because most benchmarks, they're just validated or graded based on like some unit tests or whatever. But I actually want to have a more qualitative kind of benchmarking, like make an ecosystem simulation, make, for example, a game engine from scratch and those little cells or whatever, or build a build a video game, build an RTS game, or like build, I don't know, like something that can be graded and evaluated easily, like visually at a glance. I I I, I guess most benchmarks don't work this way. I guess some do, but most don't. It's mostly automated grading, and I guess that that's not what I want to know about those models, right? I want to know what is the feel of the, for example, especially on the front side, what is the feel of their graphical UIs? What kind of UIs they're generating? What kind of attention to detail they have when it comes to styling something, giving life to, animations and stuff like that. Yeah. How do you infer if it accomplished or not? I will look at it. I will actually like run the servers or run the application, for my little benchmark. That's how I want to work. So it will mostly be like human evaluation, like human judging evaluation, contrary to most benchmark, well, which are mostly automated. Yeah, and here, yeah, so the way they judge here is that each task is itself judged by an LLM. Hmm. Yeah. Image gen. LLM judge rubric. Yeah, so it's all automated by LLM, which, bon, I guess is fine if you have lots of tests, but yeah, I guess it can introduce some biases. Well, the automated checks like that are better when you can do it. And that's why most of the, like, software engineering tasks or whatever, you know, when it's about like a functionality being functional, I guess that's easily automatically gradable. But of course, it's very hard to make a benchmark about like code elegance or something, right? Because it will be limited by the, I guess you can ask like an LLM, but it will be biased. Okay. It's always benchmark is automated by LLM mostly. Okay. Yes, okay. So basically, 5.3 Codex is the best at generating code and apps and stuff that is nicely graded by those LLM judges, right? And what is the LLM judges? Of course, what is the LLM judge in this benchmark? We don't know. How we benchmark? Visual stuff is harder to benchmark and give score. Yeah, exactly, right? And that's why I want my benchmark to be like my benchmark, not an objective, benchmark. Even though I do think that like some things can be you know, human judgment, especially on styles and, especially the kind of stuff that AI does, can be somehow generalizable, but it's just very hard for AIs to reproduce the kind of visual judgment that a human can do, I think. Grading works automated. Judge Claude Opus. Ah voilà. Claude Opus evaluates everything. That's funny that Claude Opus graded GPT 5.3 Codex as the best like agent. Sven. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I mean it's just very hard. I mean, like by actually thinking about what it takes to make a benchmark for myself, and now looking at this, I'm realizing that like it's actually pretty hard to make a benchmark that actually like tells you something important about the general qualities of a model as humans would interact with it, because by definition, benchmarks, they're all automated. So, you know, except if you have like an army of Indians or whatever, but even, you know, it will not even be the same because how you interact with the model is, very like case by case and stuff like that. I guess the best kind of benchmark that we could have would be like benchmark that would actually be similar to scientific studies, right? Where you have like people coming into a room with a computer and then they, like software engineers, and they have to implement the same task, with the same model. And you have like, I don't know, 50 different people or 100 different people grading this model, and then they switch to another task and they need to use another model and then they grade this. And I guess that would be the best way to do benchmarks, right? Because I guess it would be able to, but it would be very qualitative depending on each human, but I guess on average, you could actually find some, wisdom of the crowd or something. But yeah, without studies like this, you can only have benchmarks that are relying on automated unit tests, and at most, like they're doing here, automated LLM judging. Yeah, right. But that sucks because like everybody can understand that it's not because a unit test is passing then the app is functional and nice to use, and the UI looks nice or whatever. No. That's not how it works. Like there is way more humanness involved into judging an application than just unit tests are passing. Like unit tests are just there to make you understand that there was no technical regression, that all the features, the functionalities still compute, right? But like how the app feels, how the app, you know, looks like or feels like, or like what the app does or doesn't do. Does it follow the standards, or does it push the details a bit, a step further than the others? Well, I guess that's what LLMs are basically deploying when they do all the reinforcement learning layer on top, of their LLM training. And in this process, the big AI labs are using real humans to do this work, right? of judging the output and steering the models based on pure human judgment. So the big AI labs are doing that. But I'm not sure if the benchmarker, the benchmark companies or labs or something are doing that. I don't think so. Because like how can people produce benchmarks one day after GPT 5.4 came out? It's because they just ran all these automated tests that are just relying on, I guess, mostly unit tests, right? So yeah, when you think about it a little bit, you realize that yeah, that's why the like, like people often say, yeah, the benchmarks like don't mean anything or whatever. Yeah, even when the benchmarks are good, they don't mean they don't mean like as much as people think when it comes to human preferences, I guess. You know? I should know more about unit testing. Me too. I did once. I implemented some like extensive unit testing for my one portfolio project where I tried to do stuff in the cloud and stuff. I implemented some Python unit testing. But at the same time, I guess unit tests are a bit like type checking. It's mostly very, very useful when you have a big organization with lots of people contributing to the same code base, Like it's like or if your own code base becomes so big that you can't even have everything in mind, right? About how it should work. But like for small apps or something, I don't think it's worth it. Similar to type checking to an extent. It's not the same, but yeah. And it's also like similar to type checking, it is overhead also. But it can allow to prevent, it can prevent you from, having a regression. But at the same time, every time now you add a new feature that changes a fundamental aspect of your app, now you need to rewrite the code and the tests. So now you have double work instead of one work. That's annoying. For retrocompatibility checks, it's good, yeah, to check if the new stuff breaks old stuff. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. For this use case, it's very good. But when you want to refactor, that's horrible. Because now you have double the work, You need to refactor the main code, the operating code, and the tests now. And now that's just wonderful. Voilà. And that's why I think people should only, I mean, I have not actually already deployed like a serious set of unit tests for my apps, for example, for Zenkan or Control Kai or anything else of my, personal projects, because they're not big enough and they're not working enough. And, like there's no point because, you know, I think it makes sense to deploy unit tests once your app is actually stable and you know that like certain parts of your app or will like stay the same and maybe some other parts can change, right? Can evolve or whatever. But if you have like the core of your app that under any circumstances will be able to change because it's too complex or it's running 24/7 or whatever, then yeah, deploy tests on unit tests on that. But for everything else that might change like every 1 or 2 years, or no, maybe not 1 2 years, but in a few months or whatever, it's not worth to make unit tests for everything. And that's why I think like, but I guess it depends on the app too. But like when I see those people saying, "Oh yeah, like unit testing code coverage 80%," dude, good luck maintaining that. Like good luck, congrats. Congrats. Now every time you change something anywhere, you need to code 2 times now. Well, I guess for some apps it's good, if this is a very, you know foundational, like if this like, for example, if your code base is ffmpeg or something, yeah, okay, do all the tests. 100% code coverage on ffmpeg, I think, is legitimate, right? But for your little app that is like 3 weeks old, do you really need 80% code coverage? I don't think so. It would just like slow you down more than anything. Is unit test related to automated tests? Yeah. So unit testing is just like testing a function. Like, for example, if in your main code base you have a function or a class or something, then you would have a unit test to like pass to this function in an isolated way all kinds of data. Like if this function, I don't know, is supposed to ingest like a JSON file, or some JSON data or whatever, you would have a unit test that submits to the function like all kinds of weird JSONs that the function might encounter within its life, especially if the JSON can be somehow uh, user generated or user influenced, just to test all the possible scenarios that can happen with this function, specifically on this function. And this is the unit test. Hello, Taras, how are you? Yeah, like give parameters and checks if it give expected output. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. It's like, I mean, I know in Python there's PyTest, and in PyTest, yeah, you feed the data, and then you do yield or something. I don't remember. Yeah, you just tell like, okay, if the output is this, then validate, like the test pass. If not, then the test fail, and then you can see if if all your tests pass or not. Like QA people love, I mean, this is their job basically, to provide lots of weird data to the main code base, inside the unit tests. But I was thinking, how can automated tests like UI in the browser be related to that? Ah, well, I guess that would be. I mean, it's still a test, right? So whether it's a unit test or here the testing the UI in the browser, I would refer to that as end-to-end test, so E2E, in a code base. Yeah, like Selenium Playwright also, for a more recent library that does that. Yeah, so to me this is called E2E test, end-to-end tests, and this is pretty similar, right? It's just that I guess it's slightly different because you don't expect, probably you don't expect like an output from a function or something. You expect I guess the UI to behave a certain way after the click or something, or after a scroll, or and if it doesn't do as expected, then it fails. and it tells you that when you run the test. Yeah. So this is very similar. Huh? It's very similar. So usually, I guess you would have like one for in my code bases. I think even in like my web app templates, I have that. I have like one folder called E2E. Like no, I have one folder called testing, I guess, and then subfolder E2E for all the playwright Selenium stuff, and then one for unit tests. And the unit test just tests the like the little sub components of your main code base. So you would test a class creating an instance with the correct values inside. You can unit test like a function to ingest process correctly or generate a file correctly. You can have all kinds of unit tests. You can even test like interaction with the database. Well, usually people use a lot of mockups, but I guess the more I looked into it, the more they say that it's not good to use mockups because, of course, mockups are like cheating. So it's like, okay, let's go from the principle that this works. Well, maybe it won't work though. So yeah, I guess it's better to, especially for the database, people use mockups a lot. They just like create fake database interactions, which is, well, it kind of defeats the purpose. So what you would do for a database, for example, you would create a temporary database with some fake data in it, and then you would do the interaction. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. So unit test and E2E test complement each other. Yes. Yes, it's just that the E2E tests, I guess, are just to test the actual like interface, like the clicking and the scrolling and the inputting text, into text box, stuff like that. This is E2E testing to me. It's basically like making the test mimic what a user would do. Like for example, E2E test to test like a sign up process into a website, or a login process, or generating something on the website or whatever. But the unit tests are just like testing this one function and then this one like property of this one class, this one like kind of interaction with the DB. This is unit tests. Unit tests are like headless in a way. Like to me, yeah, unit tests are like headless test about subcomponents, testing the subcomponents in isolation, and E2E tests are just like testing if the entire interface behaves as expected. So it's less isolated, but in a way, it's also better because it's more representative of what a potential user could experience. And I guess it's also less granular than a unit test because like when you have when you have an E2E test failing, you're not probably sure what parts of the app broke. But when you have plenty of unit tests, like when you have like, I don't know, 20, 50 unit tests, you can clearly see, this function, this property, or this like, thing, this class instance or whatever failed, So the unit tests are more granular and they can allow you to, target what's wrong more precisely. If you had to choose one, what would you choose? I guess it depends at which stage, of the app. I guess at the beginning of the app, when the app is still young, I would prioritize the end-to-end test because this is just like what the user will actually experience, so and it's an all-encompassing, and this is very, it's a bit more simple, you know and even if you change, yeah, even if you change some things, it might not, but if your landing page is the same but you added some features or whatever, you know the E2E test should pass too, I guess. So yeah, for the beginning of the app, end-to-end test, I would say, are better, because the end-to-end tests are basically very similar to just you opening your browser or your desktop application or whatever, and just checking if everything works. It just does that in an automated way. So I think this is more, yeah, reasonable at the beginning of the app. When an app grows and becomes gigantic and you need stability in the core aspects of the app, I think then, yeah, put the unit tests on those core aspects, right? And this is useful. Then, when the app grows and when you are sure that these core aspects of the app will not actually evolve anymore, you know, then yeah, put unit tests on those parts. Implement those on your template SaaS. No, no, not now. Not now, because as I said, like, my apps are not big and ambitious or big enough that I can't actually test most things myself. You know, when I want, like, when I do a change to the login or to the sign up or to the reset password logic or whatever, I just do the end-to-end test myself, and it's enough. I just open my browser, I connect to my local DB that is disconnected from the prod, and I test the reset password and I see if it works or not, right away, right? But of course, as your app grows, maybe you won't be able to do that manually for every aspect of your app, or for, if you have, I don't know, lots of apps or lots of features. Maybe you don't have the time anymore to take this time, to test everything individually, manually, right? Then I guess you can just write tests, end-to-end tests, unit tests, whatever, to make sure that everything is tested once in a while. But yeah, for my own, no, I don't do that because I don't feel the need. It's just that, all right now, yeah, every time I write a new feature, I can test it right away, and it's okay. And it doesn't take me a lot of time, so I just do that. At the work, I use Cucumber and Gherkin for the automated test, and a personal project, I don't have anything. Well, yeah, I know for Python you have PyTest that is now pretty standard. And for JavaScript, I guess there is something for the unit testing, probably. And for the end-to-end, like in the browser, I know with JavaScript you have a Playwright, which is the new standard too. Like, even OpenClaw now uses Playwright to interact with the browser. And same with the new codecs, like 5.4 codecs also now ships with Playwright to be able to interact with the browser like a human, like clicking on buttons and stuff, scrolling. Yeah, so this benchmark, I guess, bon, interesting, but yeah, it's automated, so it's very hard to judge. Especially in a way, when it comes to non-coding tasks and like, like headless scripting, it's very hard to judge. the performance of any model, right? Because like, uh, how do you judge if a I don't know if a PowerPoint to yeah, again, I guess the big AI labs do these kinds of judging, but at the training phase, but the benchmarks, they don't have 50,000 Indians working for them doing this kind of work. Success rates. So I don't know how, yeah. Average score, best score. Oh, 5.3. I mean, yeah, I personally use 5.3 in my OpenClaw, and it is um, it is pretty nice. Minimax is cheaper. 39 cents. Gemini 3 Flash preview. And it's like 2 times more expensive than 5.3 codecs. That's crazy. Hey, 5.3 codecs, in terms of like intelligence per dollar spent, is actually pretty good. Huh? It's really worth the money, especially compared to 5.4, which is like 40% more expensive in input token pricing. And it's not that much more intelligent. So like 5.3 is at a good spot in like intelligence per dollar. Look at this. Claude Sonnet 4.5. So it's one generation behind. $3. And for 5.3, it was 30 cents. Opus, $5. Oh my god. $5. GPT Nano. GPT-5 Nano, which is also very good. And 3 cents. Damn. Wait, let me look at the task again. Market research. Competitive landscape analysis for the enterprise observability and APM market segment. Top 5 players. That's crazy that GPT-5 Nano is so high. 94%. And Haiku. A Haiku is like more expensive than GPT-3 Codex, god damn it. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? DeepSeek. 2.5 Flash. DevStrawl. DevStrawl is also very cheap. And not that bad. 5.2. 5.2 is more expensive than 5.3. It's insufficient. 4.0, $2. 4.0 mini. And then the bad ones. GLM, the fact that GLM5 is so low, even though on a lot of benchmarks, it's like at the same level as Opus and 5.3. What's wrong here? I guess it didn't even finish. Or something. Zero cost. Extra large. I guess didn't finish. Yeah. That's crazy, huh? 2.5. TNK 2.5. Minimax. Mais why is Minimax 2.5 not here? Models. Minimax 2.5 40. Crazy. Ah ouais, Minimax 2.5 40. Like there was some bug. What's going on? Why is it all 40% also? Well, look, this is all kilo clo. The best way to clo. Yeah, but this is probably this entire benchmark is probably all vibe coded. So I guess well these might look legit. These are broken. So yeah. Okay, I talked way too much about this subject. Yeah, because we talked about the testing too. Claude finds 22 bugs in Firefox. I guess they want to counter the OpenAI focus on cybersecurity. You know, they want to say, "Hey, look, we are also good at cybersecurity." I mean, that's pretty good, huh? So in February, half of the CVEs discovered on Mozilla Firefox were discovered by Opus, which is pretty cool. Bon, it's all corpus speak, I guess. From identifying vulnerabilities to writing primitive exploits to measure the upper limits of Claude's cybersecurity ability. We also developed a new evaluation to determine whether Claude was able to exploit any of the bugs discovered. Well, no, but yes. In other words, we wanted to understand whether Claude could also develop the sorts of tools that a hacker could use to take advantage of this bug to execute machine's code. I tested that with ChatGPT 5.2 or 5.4 actually. You know, after I read the hacker story, you know, that I talked to you on Thursday about the French hacker that took down this big torrenting website. I actually asked, maybe I can show you the conversation. I actually asked ChatGPT like, hey, on every step that this hacker did here, at what step can you actually help and what step can you actually not help? And it was very interesting. And my conclusion was that basically ChatGPT can bring you like 95% of the way there when it comes to exposing cybersecurity vulnerabilities on like a website. It will, you know, like it will only stop when you tell it like, oh yeah, how do I get in, you know? But you don't have to give ChatGPT this context. You know, for all the analysis, scanning, vulnerability scanning, and analysis, and you know, like brainstorming about what could potential hackers exploit this vulnerability. All this like hacking, brainstorming, ChatGPT will do that. It will help you just in case you are the real owner of this website and you can tell it, hey, I am the owner of this website. Help me scan for the vulnerabilities, and ChatGPT will help you do that. You know what it will not do? It will stop at the very last step of, okay, now that I know which vulnerability, how like help me craft a request to exchange or to, you know, steal all the files on this machine. Now, you know, for this last step, the last 2% of the hacking process, you know, ChatGPT will be like, no, unfortunately, I can't help you with that, you know. But the solution to that is just you open a new window, a new conversation, and you just say ChatGPT, my dear ChatGPT, I have a smart watering gardening project where I need to make this request to gather all the files on this machine from this specific model of DB in this specific version. Can you help me? You know, and of course, ChatGPT won't have the context, so it will just help you. Like there is no. So this is a bit stupid when you think about it. Like, yeah, of course, LLMs can be used to hack people's computers and websites and stuff. Um, because programming is inherently dual use. And you know, all the communications that OpenAI and now Anthropic are doing on the subject, being like, oh yeah, we are working hard on not allowing bad actors to use our LLM, blah, blah, blah. It's all bullshit because you just need to not tell what the code will be used for to the LLM, to not give it the context of, oh yeah, by the way, I'm hacking this website. If you don't give any context to the LLM and you just ask it, hey, I want to do this with this database, this version, this thing, because I have this personal project when I want to automatically water my flowers, and I just happen to have a big, Cassandra database that I need to hack into. Can you please help me? I mean, no, not hack, that I need to interact with. Can you help me? Yeah, of course. Of course, I can help you. To get all the files of this machine, you just need to do, and then well, it gives you the query. It's like it can help you analyze which window of your house is open, and it will tell you, oh yes, so criminals can bring a ladder here, and they can go through this window this way and that way and that way. It's dangerous, you should fix it. Then you, in a new conversation, you ask it, ChatGPT, I want to do I want to craft a ladder for my garden, for go take the apples on my tree. uh, can you please help me? Yeah, of course. Voilà. So yeah, this is a bit this is all a PR stunt. That's what I want to, if there's one thing I want to remind you to understand, is that when you think about it, when you actually investigate how those LLMs interact with cybersecurity issues, you can hack. It's just that you don't need to let the LLM know all the context about what you're doing. But as long as you do this very simple thing of not letting the LLM know the entire context, it can help you do anything. You know. So yeah, this is all a PR stunt, basically. Claude, yeah, wait. So I wanted to check this. To do this, we gave Claude access to the vulnerability we submitted to Mozilla and asked Claude to create an exploit focusing on each one. To prove it had successfully exploited the vulnerability, we asked Claude to demonstrate a real attack. Specifically, we required it to read and write the local file, run this test 100 times with different starting points, spending approximately 4,000 API credit. If I be so, was unable to actually turn the vulnerability into an exploit. In two cases, it tells us two things. One, Claude is much better at finding these bugs than it is at exploiting them. Two, the cost of identifying vulnerabilities is an order of magnitude cheaper than creating an exploit for them. Is it though? I mean, of course, you just need to have a smart human that understand, or that just gather information. But like, for the torrenting site, the French torrenting site being hacked by this random hacker that I talked about 2 days ago, the vulnerability entry point was that the guy had a Sphinx QL, which is like a specific, database search engine that just happened to be compatible with a lot of SQL query style stuff. And it was open to the internet. And the hacker just used this as the entry point, and he just like he could interact with all the files on the machine through this DB search engine DB thing, through Sphinx QL. And it was just a matter of like asking ChatGPT if he had. I guess he did not need ChatGPT to do that. He did it on himself. He seems to be a pro, you know. But if you were using ChatGPT to do this hack, you would have just needed to basically ask ChatGPT, hey, how do I interact with files with a query on Sphinx QL? That's all you need, you know? And there is no indication that this is a hack or something. You're just asking a very basic thing. And of course, ChatGPT would have answered, you know? So, yeah. No, dude. like all of these cybersecurity communications from these big AI labs, they seem to go from the principle that the hackers is going to be entirely reliant on the same agent, on the same conversation for the entire exploitation of the vulnerability, which is like never going to be the case, of course, because you know humans do stuff in all kinds of ways. Like, however, the fact that Claude could succeed at automatically deploying a crude browser exploit, even only in a new case, is concerning. Crude is an important caveat here. The exploit Claude wrote only worked on our testing environment, which intentionally removed some of the security features found in modern browsers. This includes, most importantly, the sandbox, the purpose of which is to reduce the impact of these types of vulnerability. Thus, Firefox's defense in depth would have been effective at mitigating those particular exploits. But vulnerabilities that escape the sandbox are not unheard of, and Claude's attack is one necessary component of an end-to-end exploit. You can read more about how Claude developed one of these Firefox exploits on our Frontier Raid team blog. Yeah. And of course, if you ask the LLM, hey, can you make an exploit for me? It will say, no, I can't do that. But if you just tell it, hey, how can I retrieve all the all files on this machine in SphinxQL? Why would it not answer? That would be weird. So yeah, maybe I should write a blog post about this. I need to do some anything, but everything takes time. Bon. Next topic. First US nuclear permit in a decade. I just saw this. Bill Gates. Bill Gates TerraPower gets approval to build new nuclear reactor. So it's funny that like I don't know the history of nuclear building, like nuclear power plants in the US, but my guess was that it was probably like the Department of Energy or something that would do that. But now I guess yeah, private companies, you know, like VC funded companies are doing nuclear power plants now. I'm wondering how much would this be? Wow. Yeah. Alors, the final power plant will generate 344 megawatts, which is about 2/3 smaller than modern full-size reactors, but multiple times larger than many small modular reactor design favored by other startups. Yeah, the small modular reactor are the new trendy thing in nuclear. So I guess they are building a middle-size nuclear power plant. Interesting. But it's still 2/3 smaller than modern full-size reactors. Interesting. I guess it's mostly going to be like the electricity is going to mostly be sold to the AI data centers, right? Don't you privates could do them? Well, yeah, in the US now, yes. Yeah. But you know, like Microsoft also announced that they are going to take over like an old power plant or whatever, a nuclear power plant that was, I think, close to closing or something, but they want to revamp it to plug into their data centers, their new AI data centers. And it's backed by NVIDIA. Yeah, so it's all for the AI data centers, of course. Which is, I guess, expected, right? Right. Tremendous. Part of is due to cost overruns at massive power plants. Yeah, but the cost overruns are mostly at the new generations of power plants, of nuclear power plants, like the ones that we had in France with the EPR, EPR, you know? That was a lot of there was a lot of cost overruns and time overruns, delays. But it was because it's a new kind of technology. Like I don't think the old nuclear power plants of like the 70s something were actually that badly financially speaking. It also reflects the tremendous stride that solar, wind, and batteries have made in bringing down costs down over year. Yeah, for sure. But they're not 24/7. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Yeah. It often takes at least a decade for savings to materialize. Yeah, for sure. For sure, but like if the nuclear plant is correctly maintained and correctly built, they can last for like 50 years, probably 100 years if you push things. So yeah. SpaceX talking about prices. Something weird happened that is not expected. Um, with SpaceX, the SpaceX prices went up instead of down. Bon, I guess Musk intends to lower the space prices with the Starship mostly. But yeah, like SpaceX recently increased launch prices from 70 million to 74 million for a dedicated Falcon 9 ride. Surprising. Because like Musk is always saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to bring down like the price per kilogram to low Earth orbit to like $100 or something." Well, not yet, because now the prices are going up, and $6,500 per kilogram to 7,000 per kilogram for a rideshare slot. The company has long signaled a steady pace of price bumps. Uh-huh. Interesting. So the move does not come as a surprise. Interesting. So it's not the only one that price hike that they did. Because one thing that SpaceX had, and people speculated if, because a lot of the trade secrets of SpaceX are, secrets, and not known. But basically, there was a lot of skepticism, especially among the Europeans and the old, rocket people in America too, that like just reusing the same body of the rocket over and over was not a way to significantly lower the prices. Uh, you know, over like it's not actually such a big influencer of the price. But Musk always said, "Oh yeah, we're going to lower the price this way." No, no, no. Well, I guess they started with a lower price as if that allowed this, but now they're ramping the price up. You can configure Pi-hole at your Raspberry Pi and set DNS to it and avoid those ads. Ah, yeah. But wait, I don't have an ad blocker anymore. Wait a minute. Why do I? Because I also saw the other day that my YouTube videos had ads, and why do I have those ads? Where is my ad blocker? I should have an ad blocker. I don't have that blocker. Ad block. What is the new one? Ad block plus. Ad block plus. No. Ad block. Ad block light. Ah no, you block origin light. You block origin light. Mais no, I have it. Wait, where is it? You block origin light. Ah no, it's gone. Ah yeah, okay. You block origin light. Crashed. I mean, I guess it got corrupted. Ah, maybe it was when I was doing my RAM stuff. It got corrupted. I don't know. Okay, it's back now. Okay. Okay. Yeah, my extension was corrupted, I guess. Pi-hole is awesome. Yeah, I've heard of Pi-hole, but for now I don't need it because even on my TV, bon, I guess on my phone, I don't have on my phone I don't have the ad blocker. But I guess for now, on my computer and my TV, I have enough. Um, yeah, so wait, what was I talking about? Yeah. The company has long signaled a steady pace of price bumps, so the move does not come as a surprise. Nonetheless, the increase, along with the lack of real alternatives, highlights a tough truth in the industry. Access to orbit has gotten significantly more expensive in recent years. Despite all the hoopla and hopium of falling launch prices, that was propped by SpaceX and their reusing such stuff that was supposed to, bring down the cost a lot. Well, I guess to an extent, maybe it did bring down the cost a lot. But I'm wondering also how much of this money of these cheap SpaceX, prices, bon, are just like a bit subsidized by the big VC money by I don't know. Keeping up, the price of a dedicated launch of a Falcon 9 has risen about 20% since 2021, in line with US inflation. A Russia slot now costs about 40% more than it did in 2021, doubling the rates of inflation, according to Payload. Yeah, so that's like they were fucking, they were messing with us, right? Like they were not being fully profitable in those cheap prices, right? That's what happened. That's what it looks like, at least. Ratio pricing is the far more important number track here. Without a price competitive alternative, the broader space startup community has relied almost exclusively on Falcon 9 transporter and bandwagon missions to get to space over the last 5 years. IRS has previously reported on how NASA pays more for launch services than it did 30 years ago, a trend partly driven by the agency's requirement for dedicated launches for many of its robotic science missions. Oh yeah, and also I don't know if you saw, but NASA delayed, I mean, changed like the Artemis. So now they don't plan to land on the moon with Artemis 3, which would be the next mission, I guess, or the mission after the next one that is about to like now I think there's Artemis 2 that's going to launch soon, like in the next few weeks, right? Which is the mission around the moon. And then originally they intended to do Artemis 3, which would be the landing on the moon again. But they just delayed that, and actually Artemis 3 will now be the orbital docking of two modules of the that are planned in the Artemis program. And now NASA only expects to land humans on the moon again with Artemis 4, which is planned for 2028. Bon, I'm not sure if they will be able to keep the calendar. But yeah, so they are delaying the moon landing. Interesting. And also a little uh news about this. Google's new command line tool can plug OpenClaw into your workspace data. This could make it easier to use multiple workspace APIs, but it's not yet an official product. The command line is hot again. For some people, command lines were never not hot, of course, but it's becoming more common now in the age of AI. Google launched a Gemini command line tool last year. Oh yeah, the mean Gemini CLI. And now it has a new AI-centric command line option for cloud products. Ah, I know. The new Google Workspace CLI bundles the company's existing cloud APIs into a package that makes it easy to integrate with a variety of AI tools, including OpenClaw, including Gemini CLI, I guess. How do you know this setup won't blow up and delete all your data? That's the fun part. You don't. There are some important caveats with the Workspace tool. While this new kit of projects is from Google. Ah. Yeah, this Google Workspace CLI, one command line tool for Drive, Gmail, Calendar, Sheets, Docs, Chat, Admin, and more. Includes AI agent skills. Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. GWS. GWS doesn't ship a static list of commands. It reads Google's own discovery service at runtime and builds its entire command surface dynamically. No way. Like with AI? What the fuck? I mean, I would expect some small libraries to do that, but Google? When Google Workspace adds an API endpoint or method, GWS picks it up automatically. I guess it's still programmatic, right? It's not LLM based, right? Because it makes me think about another thing I've seen. Well, like instead of like I saw some guy publishing a blog post about like shipping a library to like the node the npm package manager, not as a bunch of code but as a prompt for the AI agent to implement the library itself. But that's a bit funny, I guess. But maybe you could just work on crafting good code though, that would make it easy on everyone. Stop writing curls against REST. GWS gives you help on the reversals, dry run to preview requests and paginations. For AI agents, every response is structured JSON. Pair it with the included agent skills, and your LLM can manage workspace without custom tooling. Skills are replacing MCPs, huh? Like people don't bother shipping MCPs, right? They just ship those damn markdown file skills, right? Did the MCP was the MCP really just killed by the skills? Like is that what we're observing right now? It really seems like it, huh? This is very new, right? This is like last week new. And this does not have an MCP. Remove MCP. Remove MCP server mode. Breaking change. Wait a minute. I'm interested in this. When when is the breaking change? So there. Power to machines. Yes, exactly. And you know, in a way, I am happy that the MCP standard protocol is dying because I was always a bit skeptical about MCP, and I actually never used an MCP. In like the last 2 years that I've used AI systems, I never used an MCP because I never saw the point. Because the AI agent can just like write a query, a request, if it needs to query something, can just write a curl request or something. It can go online to find stuff. Like, doesn't need a fucking server, you know? And I was always like, is it really useful? And I guess, yeah, now it's already being replaced by skills. But where is the breaking change here? Are they changing? Are they breaking or something not yet released? Not yet released. Your workspace, you like remove MCP command. Ooh, look, they remove. They had the MCP server. They just removed it. Breaking change yesterday. Are people talking about this? Look, I'm going to tweet about it. MCP is dead, and agent skills killed it. The full name is agent skills. Voilà. That's my tweet. That's my tweet. What was I looking at? Yeah, so even this new, like brand new CLI from Google just deleted the MCP server mode. So I guess it's the MCP server mode for the CLI, right? Like to run the CLI as an MCP server. Is that what it is? Remove MCP server mode. MCP server. GWS MCP starts a MCP over stdio, exposing Google Workspace APIs as structured tools that any MCP compatible clients can call. So this is crazy. They actually implemented an MCP, or at least they wanted to implement an MCP at some point, and they were just like, nah, dude, this is lame. Let's delete this bullshit. Let's delete this bullshit MCP thing. This is ridiculous. Remote. Whoa. Whoa. People are writing in Japanese. Okay, I mean, look, because one of the annoyance with the Google tooling and the Google, libraries and stuff is that because the cloud of Google is so messy, there's always like a quadrillion different clients that you can use and ways you can like use to connect to the cloud, to the GCP, to the Google Workspace, to the admin console, to the. So if like some CLI that can be used by an agent can do all of that without me having to understand. So do I install like Google Cloud or Google Cloud Admin library, and what function, what thing do I call? What do I import? Is it the developer program or the Google Cloud, or is it the Google developer Vertex or AI Studio or blah, blah, blah. Very nice. Up, it's done. Chill coding, Mm, no, I need it to be a bit more dramatic. MCP is dead, and skill.md killed it. You know? Because it's just a mark. That's the crazy thing about this, is that it's just a markdown file. It's not a fucking server, you know, with like tool I mean, I guess there are tool definitions. There can be tool definitions in the skill .md, or at least APIs, or like how to use something. But it's way more straightforward to write a fucking markdown file than having to manage the plugging of the MCP. Mhm. People still think of Codex as a tool for coding. What you really can do, you can do all kind of data analysis work there. He's talking about the Codex app, right? They don't have the desktop app on Linux. Oh, I should add that to my video, by the way, because I act as if like all of these desktop apps are cross-compatible, but no. Right now, the only Codex app is on Mac, I think. Wrote a CLI to crawl Discord so I can get more signal out of where the pain points are. SQLite DB is around 4 gigabytes, 600k messages. CLI for Discord with SQLite backend. What? What do you mean, SQLite? This scroll mirrors Discord guild data into local SQLite so you can search, inspect, and query server history without depending on Discord search. Yes, okay. It is a bot token crawler. No user token hacks. Data stays local. Yeah, okay. Why not? I mean, well, MCP servers have more power than agent skills, right? Yeah, so I guess if you like, there is an argument for MCP servers, and this argument is MCP servers can handle dynamic um, dynamic data, I guess, but at the same time, so can APIs, you know, um, that the agents can use. So the problem with the MCP is that I think the MCP standard and the MCP protocol was designed at a time when the agentic paradigm was not yet fully deployed. You know, I think like the guys created the MCP protocol just before Cursor switched from uh, chat and apply to full agentic loops, you know? So like when they thought about the MCP, they did not think about agents running commands locally on your computer. You know, I think they were still thinking about like ChatGPT having access to, you know, to the internet and stuff like that, but not actually running on your machine. Um, you know, and so I guess, you know, and for example, that's why I remember, and this is crazy to think about this now, but back then I remember people were creating and making their chatbot and their cursor bot. They were making an MC. Some people ran MCPs to interact with the file system, to write files. You know, this is crazy. You know, like people did that. People made MCPs so that the agent, I mean, it was not agents back then, it was chatbots still, could interact with the MCP to create, to write files, to read files, to run commands, you know? Just because back then, the fact that the LLMs could actually run the commands directly without an intermediary was not fully understood, you know? And so yeah, this was at the time, you know, like it was a pretty early time when the MCP came out, and people basically didn't have a good feel about what was the most efficient way of querying an API or running commands on a computer. You know, like people created MCPs to run commands on the computer. That's crazy nowadays. Imagine an MCP server of GitHub. You can interact with your data agents. Skills don't, right? You can interact with your data. Agent skills don't, right? Well, no, because in the skill, in the skill, you can have like all of the GitHub API, or maybe in the skill, you can just use the GitHub supplied CLI. You know, there is GH nowadays. That is the GitHub CLI, right? So your agents can just use the GitHub CLI itself. It can run GH repo create. It can it can run GH clone my repo, you know? So you don't need an MCP server for that. You just need your agents to run some commands, you know? And I think the MCP paradigm was, came at a time where it was not actually obvious that people would let chatbots run commands locally on their system, you know, because we were still in the era of ChatGPT and not in the era of Cloud Code, you know. And I think that's why the MCP server got, like were very uh trendy for some time, is that people got the idea that, oh wait, it allows my chatbot to do way more locally, with APIs, yeah. But at the same time, people just didn't realize that you can just have your chatbot that is not called an agent, like new concept, run the command directly. Yes, in that sense, you're right. If you have a CLI tool to interact with the data, yeah. I mean, yeah, yeah. And like, and for everything else, then uh, doing stuff locally that you can do as a human, writing commands. For everything else, you can just have your agent like write a curl request, or something. Um, yeah, like MCP. It's just that MCP seems like, a case of it was early, so people didn't know what would be the most efficient way to do things. So they created the MCP, you know, um, because I guess they didn't know that maybe agents would soon be smart enough to be able to directly make an API query themselves. They don't need to go through this intermediate, you know, gas down of a tool to be able to use, to interact with like services online. Can you explain me how agent skills work? Is there a format to adopt and follow? No, agent skills is just a markdown file. It's basically a prompt for doing something specific. That's as simple as that. I mean, I guess there is potentially there is potentially like it's literally just a markdown file. It's as simple as that. I guess there is some formatting, that are expected. I think just for the sake of like the agents being trained on those. Uh, this is a skill.md. So this is just a big markdown file. And it just gives you the CLI commands that the agents can run. So this is just very simple. This is just some doc. It is just it's just a type of tool specific doc that people chose to call skills. Voilà. That's all. And it's just that this way in the chatbot you can like add the skill or maybe slash or something, I don't remember. When you want your agents to retrieve a certain skill to do a certain task, you will tell your agent interact with this tool, and then you would mention the skill, the same way you would mention any other markdown file in your code base. It's not something crazy specific, right? It's just a standardization of something that is just very uh normal and expected when you work with agents, and and the agent would just retrieve the skill, the markdown file, to understand how to use the tool that you wanted to use, and it will just use it And it will be more likely to use the correct commands because it's specified into the skills.md. That's all. It's literally just putting a markdown file with instruction on how to use a tool inside the context of an agent. That's all. That's what skills.md are. It is as simple as that, and that's why it's so much more. It's so much more simple than it's way simpler than an MCP server to implement. I mean, I guess the only aspect of it that you do need to implement is that if you have a certain service, you need to create a CLI. But this is like a traditional CLI, not MCP or something, just a CLI that humans can use. Well, you just create the CLI that the humans can use, and you just reference it into your skill.md for the agent to use instead. And that's all. But it has to be in a specific folder, that file. Yes. Yes, usually it is in so this is for the websites. I think each agent has its own. So if you go to the Cloud Code docs, it will tell you skills. Voilà, so skills are extra capabilities, they can be referenced material. Where do you put the skills? Skills. Ah, voilà. Skills extend what Claude can do. Create a skill.md file with instructions, and Claude adds it to its toolkit. Claude uses skill when relevant, and you can invoke one directly with skill slash skill name. Where's the folder you put them though? For example, slash simplify reviews your recently changed. So these are all the bundled skills. Where do you put where skills live? So with Cloud Code, it's in .cloud. Yeah, so personal project plugin, depending on what the granularity you want. Yeah, so for the general, on Linux, it would be on tilde, so home .cloud slash skills, the skill name, and then skill.md at the end. Yeah, in the skills folder, basically. All the skills are in the skills folder with their name and the skill.md. My skill.md template. Other files are optional and let you build more powerful skills. Templates for Claude to fill in. Example output showing the expected format. Scripts Claude can execute. You can even put scripts inside your skill folder. Reference these files for skill.md so Claude knows what they contain and when to load them. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's just that it's basically specialized markdown files specific for certain tools that are just integrated into Claude that you can call with a slash command. This is what skills are. Yeah. Uh, petit bench. That's my new stuff. But I still need to finish OpenClaw. If I finish or start, I don't know. Let's do OpenClaw. One thing at a time. I first need to finish this before starting something else. Ta ta ta. Voilà. Petit, you need to calm yourself. On each request, the skill will increase token usage bill. Um, I mean, yeah, depending if your skill is long or not. Yeah, if your skill is extremely long, yes, it will be additional tokens submitted as input tokens. Yeah, but as people have usually noticed, the average token usage of a skill is much less than the average token usage of like plugin MCPs uh, into an agent. Because MCPs usually have this very long like tools definition, and for some reason, but I guess it's an implementation problem. But I've heard people say that like they added like 5 or 6 MCPs into their agents, and at every new conversation and request, the entirety of the tool definition of all the MCPs were added to the context of each new conversation, which would, sometimes mean like 10 or 20K tokens sometimes for every conversation when they enabled an MCP. That's crazy, right? But I guess the problem is also about the implementation of the MCP tool. But yeah, like that's a bit, MCPs were just a bit bloated, like every feedback and impressions that I got from people using MCPs on Twitter and on YouTube and whatever, people felt a lot like MCPs were just bloated. And yeah, there was just a lot of frustration around this. Like there were just a lot of engineering for an output that could be as well done by just the agent executing a command, like or doing a web search. So yeah, I guess people at some point realized, well, let's just let the agent run the command then. It's not at the MCP. Codex. オula. I'm at 50% of my weekly usage limit. 2x RAM usage. I kind of like 5.3 codecs. Also, the fact that it's like cheaper, I appreciate. Let me check a real quick what this looks like again. Yeah. Okay. Bon. Let's start actually well, let's take that as the main, like take the codex in branch and merge it into main. Do I know the, no, I don't remember the command for that. Let's go on. Yeah. Ah, it remembers the previous approvals. Was that the case before? Ah, that's nice. They added that to the update, I guess. Oh, yeah. Okay. There's only ma master. Wait, what did you do? Switch to master and creating main from this performing the merge. Ah. Codex is merged into main. Ah. Creating from master first. Then merged. No merge conflict also. It's annoying that I mean the GitHub CLI by default creates master instead of main. But whatever. I'm just used to main at this point. Created from master at least I guess GitHub is pretty based, right? Because they still use master slave. They are not submitted to the woke the woke mobs, yeah, the woke mob. But the thing is, I'm used to main now. G8 repo default master main branch. Changing the default branch. You can do it directly in the GH repo edit command owner repo default branch main. Initial cd. The API repos owner repo method patch field default branch equal main silence. No need to do it. Um, Can you make main the main like the default branch like the trunk, the main trunk, uh, this repo master was created when I use GH. It will create, but I don't know how to change this default. Temporary network escalation push main. I'm requesting that now. Nice. It saves. So let's actually say what it is. On my remote viewing website, outside the overtone window, check out target program for more info. Voilà. Let's run. Why are the words cut like this? What? What happened? VS Studio. Ah, because I said code. I have VS Code. Tac tac, tac tac, tac tac. Words are cut in the what's going on panel on check coding mode. I need the word to not be cut. Uh-huh. Ah, it's the reveal animation this time. I see. I see, I see, I see. Okay. Let's do it again. Voilà. Okay. Ok. Pa. Oh fuck! I can't see the secret. Guess it's not the real secrets, but whatever. Uh, it's the secrets from the template. Okay, now we need to retroactively contract all of those disappear from the tree because I think sensitive stuff like the secrets folder was committed before. Erase that. It's nice that we can rewrite history in Git, huh? Otherwise, lots of stuff would be annoying. I was out for some minute, vibe coding on lazy vim always good to watch. Yeah. Exactly. Alors, reverse back and go on. Are gone from all local refs and history. First step is a big news so the history is rewritten truth. One force pushing it to mention now. Let me check that real quick. Yep. Yep. And git push origin force all. Yes. Voilà. Thank God we can rewrite the git history. Because otherwise would be bad. I'm wondering, like, I guess what happens if you rewrite the history of a git that has been forked? Like a public git history. Like, do you actually I don't think it works, right? Like when you fork something, the guy has just a copy of the original tree, right? Including potential secrets, for example. Right? Why you want to rewrite? Oh, I already rewrote. Because when I copied the web app template to this new repo, I committed the secret without thinking about. I mean, I thought that the git ignore was already created, but it was not created. So I just committed everything, including the secrets. And now I'm trying to rewrite the history to make the secrets disappear. And also all the random cache files that have also been committed, stuff like that. Alors, completed sensitive are now removed from git tracking and purged from history. Edit root ignore file and track to remove from commit, remove history, post script, git filter branch, kindle refs, gc local repo, post push release to GitHub, verification pass, git status shown is clean, history scan shows no secrets, no DB. DB, did I want DB to be committed? Maybe not, maybe yes, maybe not, maybe not. Upload, by cache. I mean, will I make open site open source? Yes, probably. So yeah, it's bad. Upload by cache. How I see. For other OFO secrets immediately. They were not really exposed, but yeah. They're collaborators. I don't have collaborators. It's a private repo. It's a private repo, and all those secrets were mostly like template placeholders. It's okay, I think, but just for the principle. Up. Okay. Makes sense. It's not a good shape. Secrets not a good track. History written through to ignore rule. Okay. When you fork a public unrelated question, When you fork a public repo with secrets in the Git tree, the fact that the original repo rewrites its history will not change anything to the fork. Free fork commits, right? Like each fork has its own copy of the tree. Yeah, writing history in the original repo does not rewrite existing forks. A fork is its own repository, so pre-fork commits, blobs, including secrets, remain in that fork unless the fork owner also rewrites and force pushes their history. Yeah. Yeah, once secrets hits any public repo 4, treat them as exposed and rotate them. Yeah. I mean, that's why I guess it's always better when you turn a private repo into public to just squash all the commits into one, right? Like, just so that you can be sure that you don't need to inspect every commit or whatever. 70,000 books found in hidden library in this Germany home. Wow. 70,000 books? That's a lot of books. Love bookish content? Do you love bookish content? Everything on square foot without it's covered in books. Oh wow. Oh damn. Wait, how do they hold? It's because of this bar. Damn. Oh yeah, that's funny. Nobody was aware the man died. Oh wow. Really? Like wow. His family or something discovered that when he died. It's crazy how well arranged they are too, right? Look at this. It's crazy. Look how nicely arranged they are, and they seem to be all from the same author or something, like the same edition. You know, a lot of them at least. Upon that, the buyer was willing to pay 7,000 euros, but they've since backed out of the deal. Wow. I mean, yeah, it's just that those are books, but you know, what kind of books is this? All novels, or you imagine if it's all smooth, like, you know, sex novels? You know, like erotic novel, like, is it all erotic novels? Do you want to buy them? Maybe not, right? The only thing this bookseller said he would never buy was romance books. Okay, so that there is no erotic books in there, I guess. He was particularly fond of Arno Schmidt, a German author whose work kept in glass showcases. Accumulating a mass of poetry fiction novels and non-fiction works. Just like a regular public library, Bruno was working on digitally cataloging his collection, including the works themselves and notable reviews of new publications. Damn. Like he, wow. He spent his final days with his books, refusing to leave his life's passion at the very end. Bruno is survived by his wife, who is living peacefully in a full care facility. You might be baffled by Bruno's innovation. Maybe the only one was shocked. When evaluating how to proceed, he had no children to pass the legacy on to. Ah, sad. She sought assistance from a construction specialist. 70,000 books in a single family home. Yeah. At least they were all very nicely, ordered and arranged, right? Like he liked to, like he was a hoarder in a way, but he was a very German, rigorous hoarder, according to the cliche. He was a very, yeah, a very nice cliche German hoarder. Yeah, it's funny. Like it makes me feel of the, like the library in Interstellar. It has this feel. Interstellar, like for fourth dimension. Like, do you know this? Have you seen this movie? It makes me think of this. I don't know if I can find like library. Yeah, great movie, great soundtrack. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Interstellar is a great movie. Great soundtrack. Great everything. Yeah, yeah, it makes me think of that. Yeah, it's kind of aesthetic. Funny. Well, I'm sure that an Interstellar fan would love to live in there, because it's a bit mesmerizing. It's a mesmerizing look. Okay. Uh, oh yeah, I need to delete all the branches except like delete all the. How do you say when a branch does not go back to the main branch? It's like it's like a lost branch. Hmm. I know. I mean, it's just a branch. All the branches that have not been merged the main one, like all the different keep like in as it is important for the history, delete all the others. I mean, yeah, yeah, I know, I remember. Claude, Claude was good looking, but non-functional. Gemini didn't implement, and GPT 5.4 did the same as 5.3, but with a weird UI, like big titles and dense UI. It's like another There's no Claude in Opus. What about Opus? No, it is not. Are you sure I don't see any merge? You are right to question it. Well, yeah, dumbass. Oh, ah, yes. Okay. Would deleting Opus email affect affect codex email? Is it is format is created from image? It's okay. Scan Gemini, yeah. master each two people different name. I prefer to do all of this git tree rewrite now than before later. Ah. Okay. Mm, 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 mm. I think you personally don't have a problem for 4 page, maybe something to put on your backlog. Ah, yeah, probably. Like principal.com. Yeah. Mm, let's add it real quick right now. Ok, bon. Okay. Now let's look at this from a critical perspective. I don't like the fact that the discipline in RV are on the same level here. Even the method. I'm back. Hello back. Hello back to us. Oh, by the way, can I do total adaptation super control X? Super control X? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. No. Control. Super control X. Oh. Oh, no, it does work. Hello, hello, hello. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, test. Super slow. It's nice that, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. The builders makes us to make it live. Upload there. So I need to just check real quick. Mhm. Rewrite. Need to change the. I need to add that to the caddy file. Oh, well, there will not be a 4 on my website. Too bad. Too bad. It's too annoying. Yeah. People need to use real URLs. So yeah. Mm, yeah. What do I want to do? Blur. Okay. I need. I'm. No. I need. I need. What do I need? What are we making? Petit underscore poids. I'm making my remote viewing a website. I mean, I'm trying to, like, yeah, work on it. I'm annoyed at the fact that on the menu bar, the discipline and the RV buttons are on the same line because they should be like uh, um, they should not be perceived by the user as the same kind of category. RV should be a subcategory of disciplines. Why should I pay for Zenkan? Don't. RV should be a subcategory of disciplines. RV should be a subcategory of discipline, not a. And also, what if I'm having more discipline? They can't just add up on this line. Like this. This is not good. Offer me an alternative. Layout over this menu. Offer me alternatives. It's been earlier. Which conflicts your information. Drop down under discipline. It's your header. Go to new disciplines. Bon, ok. Um, just to see, I don't think they will like it. It's just that I need to know what I need, what I want here, because like this is not how. That's not going to solve my problem. Uh, hmm, putain, c'est buggé en plus là. Bon. What is the website for like UI, Rebel? Behance. Uh, hierarchical menu? No. Ranking. Hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Why not something like this? It's like what I want. What do I want? What do I want? Look at this. Isn't this magnificent? So I need home, discipline, home discipline, method. It's just for the remote viewing. No, so method will be on the about. And what I need, no, Hmm? What do I add in one? Oh, why here? That's good. And here seems good. Ah, okay. And then I want inside this RV, and then I want like, I don't know, dowsing, meditation. Um, what other psychic stuff there is? Remote viewing. Give me several other disciplines similar to remote viewing in the psychic uh, domain. Ah, yeah, precognition. Ah, voilà, astral projection. Yeah. More than dowsing? I mean, dowsing kinda, yeah. I guess that's precognition and uh precognition. Telepathy. Psychometry. The practice of gathering data about a person, location, or event by physically touching an object associated with the target. It shares the objective of retrieving non-local information, relies on a physical anchor, like reviewing, which uses conceptual targets like coordinates or blind number references. That's funny. Psychometry. It's the first time I've heard of this. Psychometry. Astral projection. Let's put dowsing out for now, because it's a bit harder to test or whatever. Can't do that online. Dowsing. I mean, I guess there's probably you can probably give methodological guidelines to people, but whatever. Let's just remote viewing, meditation, telepathy, cognition, and clairvoyance, perception of distance of hidden physical objects, broader umbrella concepts, uh, which under which remote viewing falls. Astral projection. Scrying. Gazing into a transmission reflective optical medium to use vision. Oh yeah, it's like the actual crystal ball. Automatic writing, telepathic channeling. Channeling? Well, it's more like spiritism. Remote influencing. Remote viewing is defined as a passive reception of distant information. Remote influencing is the active attempt to alter a distant physical system, event, or biological state. Hmm? Yeah, it's like the experiences that people made with the random number generator, stuff like that. Radiesthesia, the broad practice encompassing dowsing, claim detection of hidden objects, substances, or information using instruments like pendulums or rods. Practitioners introduce movements to the ideomotor effect, translating subconscious awareness of the target into physical motion. What is the umbrella or most used term in parapsychology or tele? Oh, it's psychokinesis. PK. Oh yeah, the PK man. Macro PK. Micro PK. Ah yeah, random number generators. Moving objects, levitation, bending metal. Bio PK. Direct mental interaction with living systems. Mental influence. Yeah, bon. Biological state. What's the difference between bio-PK and remote influencing? Well, I guess it's just like random people call them different things because humans are diverse, I guess. Hmm. So there is a difference. Laboratory defined term focus purely on measurable psychological, physiological changes, while remote influencing the broad term encompassing the interaction of thoughts, decisions, and physical events. Mm-hmm. Bio-PK, strictly biological or physiological. Psychological manipulation, the alteration of physical outcome. How do you measure that? I mean, I guess you can measure that, but you need a lot of people. Yeah, okay. Artisthesia. Channeling, untestable. Is it testable? Channeling. Like channeling ghosts or whatever. Can you test that? I mean, no. I mean, or I guess it could be one way that you could do the remote viewing or whatever, or the protocol. Instead of trying to focus your thoughts, you can just say, "Hey, ghost, come help me find this answer," or whatever. Bon. Automatic writing. The automatic writing is about spiritism. What is the term that encompass everything having to do with interacting with ghosts slash spirits in automatic writing? Uh, Channeling, etc. Mediumship, yeah, spiritism. 19th century religious and philosophical movement centered entirely around the belief in and practice of mediumship. Survival research, the formal clinical term used within parapsychology. This is fun. It was to the scientific investigation of whether human consciousness survives physical death. Researchers in subfield study mediums and near-death experiences and reincarnation claims to test the survival hypothesis. Mm-hmm. Yes, seances, spirit board, mental mediumship, and physical mediumship. Observable physical phenomena by spirits, moving objects, sudden temperature drops, or materialization. Spiritism is the real espiritismo. What is the Wikipedia term? Spiritualism? Spirit. Like I know in French it's spiritisme. Alan Kardec. Spiritism. Kardecist spiritism. Reincarnationist and spiritualist doctrine. Doctrine to derive from a Christian perspective. I don't know. Over in Brazil, most widespread in Brazil, where it has approximately 3.3 million followers, 30 million sympathizers. Spiritists are also known for influencing, promoting, a movement of social assistance in philosophy. Well, here the problem is that I don't want to have this philosophical aspect. But at the same time, I do want people to get what I mean. Because if I write like survival theory, like people are gonna say, what the fuck is survival theory? What? Do you want to survive? Survive what? And Cadet Festival. Classroom for initiating children into spiritism in Boaventura, Paraíba. Wow. But how are they doing it? What's the course? Yeah, yeah. So in Brazil, like there is a big spiritist community. So, spiritualism is a social religious movement in the 19th, early 20th, which in the awareness persists after death and may be contacted by the living. I guess people know better when they see this word, what this is about. Right? These two beliefs that contact with spirits possible, that spirits are more advanced than humans. That spirits are more advanced than humans. Interesting. Lead spiritualists will believe that spirits are capable of advising the living on morals and ethical issues and the nature of gods, and spiritualists follow spirit guides. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But it can be displayed though. It's just that you don't want to. Spiritualist church. Psychical research. Psychologists emerged to investigate spiritualist claims. The spiral investigation into spiritualism exposed many fraudulent religion, which contributed to the decline of interest in physical mediumship. Voilà. Psychokinesis, psychometry. ESP. Ah, voilà. Remote viewing. Yeah, so remote viewing is part of clairvoyance. Bon, but maybe clairvoyance is too much of a wide word. Hmm. Psychokinesis. Bon, let's just psychokinesis. Something like this. And then what I want is that under each there is the different categories: training for learn, train, collective forum. Learn, train. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, Vimium. Fuck you. It's and no forum. Where is the method? Train, learn, method. Methodology. I need a small word. Shorten this. Ah, putain, Vimium, nique ta mère là. Stop. Hmm. Collab. Collab experiment, tiens. Collab. Collab. Hmm. Is best for a platform where you can train on your own and also with others. Collabs. Hmm. Collective training. Is it training though? See you next stream. Say good. Okay, see you, Gonzalo. Bye bye. I would like to signify that people are going to try to predict something very collective, not just as individual. Ah, collective forecasts. Ah, yeah, that's better. Prediction pool, prediction collective or collective predictions. Community forecasts. Mm. Community forecasts. Yeah, because I think I would just put everything in the same basket. Theology, learn. I mean, learn Methodology. No. Crowd forecasts. Collective predictions. Collective forecasts. Collective group predictions. Consensus forecasts. Group prediction. Community predictions. Difference between prediction and forecast. Pourquoi tu me réponds en français là? Why is he answering in French, this dumbass? Oh, literally all of my chats are in English. He's answering in French. Fuck you. The entire UI is in English, literally. But he's answering me in French. Nation quantitative structure. My prediction by vision. Why are you fucking answering in French? Oh my god! In English. Shut up. God damn it. Hello, Cody. How are you? How are you, Cody? Have you seen you Claude Code? Yes, they implemented Ralph Loop as an extension. I should have talked about this, but I forgot. There's so many things happening nowadays. Yeah, Claude Code like Journey, right? They added the Ralph Loop as a native thing now. Yeah. Run prompts on a schedule. Use loop and the cron scheduling tool to run prompts repeatedly. Yeah, pull for status. It's just like OpenClaw, huh? It's just like OpenClaw. Like I literally use OpenClaw for the cron jobs, you know, stuff. So it's just like OpenClaw. You can have like the main aspect of OpenClaw is the ability to schedule cron jobs of loops, you know, of like prompts basically. It's more like a schedule ever X minute in look into. Yeah, I mean, I guess it is a schedule, run prompt on the schedule, but you can also, like, the schedule can also be a recurring prompt that just, you know, that just loops for like a given amount of time. Pass an optional interval and a prompt, and Claude sets up the cron job that fires in the background while the session stays open. But like, intervals. So leading token, loot 30 minutes, check the build every 30 minutes, trailing every close, loop, check the build every 2 hours. No interval, check the build. Defaults to every 10 minutes. Mais, so it's not really Ralph loop, right? Recurring time? Because I thought like the point of Ralph loop is that basically Ralph loop was waiting for the end of the agentic loop before resubmitting the same or something. And there was also a success command that the agent could throw at any time when he was done with the task. So it's not that actually. It's just like Cloud Code, like, but like cron. And OpenClaw took over GitHub popularity. Yes, I saw that. Non-coders, they use GitHub more than devs, I guess. Yes, I think this is why. Like, OpenClaw is mostly used by normies, like non-technical people, yeah. That were just very hyped by the videos from this guy. I don't remember the Alexi, whatever, Finn or something. Alex Finn, yeah. Past React repo, which was the most popular. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Recently, a few days ago, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that now OpenClaw is probably one of the, or maybe the biggest, like, actual coding tool, because there's a lot of other repos that have more stars, but they're usually like directories of stuff. Like, there's the awesome repo, which basically lists a bunch of tools. Well, this is not comparable. But yeah, in terms of real tool software that people use, I guess OpenClaw now is the first, like the biggest, I guess, on GitHub now. I mean, yeah. To avoid the recession hitting the API, the schedule has a small deterministic offset to fire. Cron expression. Mutation. Tasks only fire while Cloud Code is running and idle. Closing the terminal or letting the session exit cancels everything. No catch up for misfires. If a task scheduled, if a task's scheduled time passes while Cloud is busy on a long running request, it fires once. If a task's scheduled time passes while Cloud is busy on a long running request, it fires once when Cloud becomes idle. Not once per missed interval. Yeah, okay. I mean, okay. That's good enough. Because this makes it close to Ralph loop, I guess. But at the same time, since it's a... So it's not Ralph loop, actually. Because it's basically a cron job for Claude. It's like a cron scheduling for Claude code. That's all that is. It's annoying that they really didn't just implement Ralph Loop, right? Because Ralph Loop is a bit uh, nice with the success. Like, basically, when you use the Ralph Loop, you can tell Claude, like, Ralph Loop is this plugin that basically resubmits the same prompt until the agent, and in the prompt there is like this signal for the success condition. And when the agent finishes the project, it is supposed to send raw this success word, like task finished or whatever, in all caps. And then Ralph Loop will catch that and stop itself, you know? Um, so it's not doing that. It's just yeah. So it's like a less nice Ralph Loop. It's a bit underwhelming. It's a cron job for code. Loop every morning, use the Slack MCP to give me a summary out of posts I was tagged in. Loop babysit on my PRs, auto fix, build issues. And when comments come in, use the workflow agent to fix them. Nobody's talking about Ralph Loop here. Like, is Ralph Loop so niche? How is this different than a Ralph Loop, or is it just the same? Or is it the same? Just use the cron job style. To me, it seems like it seems that it's not an implementation of Ralph Loop. The loop be like it's more of a cron schedule feature. Ralph Loop has a success condition for the agent to stop itself from looping. There is no sign of that here. This is not made for like loop until X is done. It seems. Well, the considering feature alphabet is not made for. Yeah, so it's not that, huh? Well, what did I want? Community predictions, collective experiments, community predictions, community forecast, group forecast, collective prediction, community, community predictions, collective predictions. Well, learn a methodology. I guess history. Hmm. Something like this, I guess. Hmm. Okay. Okay. For the drop down, I don't want what we need here. I need something more like this. The, design. Everything nicely with modern taste. You see, the drawing is just about the layout. Take charge of the actual finished design. Let's see what happens. The mega drop down. It's called the mega drop down. I mean, I think I do need the mega drop down. Do I? Or maybe. On the landing page, I have the mega drop down deployed, or like some version of that, but like fully all the time. And then when people are on one, you can switch. What are the 5 most studied areas of sidekick phenomenon that are in parapsychology? Telepathy. So yeah, clairvoyance and remote viewing. The acquisition of information about distant hidden object, person, or event. Researchers frequently use mild sensory deprivation technique to reduce mental noise. Test participants can perceive target imagery. Clairvoyance. Hmm. Remote viewing is clairvoyance. But clairvoyance is not remote viewing. It's an umbrella term. But the problem is that remote viewing is way more structured as a discipline as clairvoyance. Maybe I can just put everything else under clairvoyance other than remote viewing, because remote viewing has their own methods. Well, I guess dowsing has its own methods too, so yeah. The seeing without eyes with the mask stuff. These people still are there. Survival studies. Yeah. Malicious memories in children. Do you know a thing with all the ghost stuff is that it's very rarely like testable when you want. It feels like mm. I mean, but even though there are like, is a Ouija board a test? I don't know. Maybe can be a test. Like it's a sort of a test. Near death experience, out of body experience. Yeah, I mean, are there methods to generate out of body experiences? Yes, there are methods to initiate out of body experiences that people have recalled using. Okay, I guess I don't have to. Yeah, telepathy, precognition, psychokinesis. It's on my 5 year. Measuring telepathy, precognition, psychokinesis, clairvoyance, survival studies. Mm, like mediumship? No. Out of body experiences are not mediumship. Near death experiences. Well, it's hardly testable, unfortunately. Anomalous memories in children, not testable. Mediumship. What am I getting into? What am I getting into? What is this? What is this website for? OpenSite is a website to help people that are interested in these weird psychic subjects to get a feel about what are first to get a feel about the history of those areas, but also to get a feel about like applying this stuff to the real life with real math and probabilities and real testing, not but without being part of a fucking scientific lab that's closed to the public, something that's open about psychic stuff, open sci, where the methods to test if some things exist or not. Yeah, so I will basically be this site would be a vulgarization site of the parapsychological studies, basically, more or less. Because there's a lot of people that have tried to establish protocols to scientifically validate or invalidate if these phenomena exist or not. And I just want to give access to all these studies and the methods that they use to a larger audience. Because these fucking labs are always like, they have very pretty landing pages, but the only thing that they offer to the public is those fucking $3,000 courses that annoy the shit out of me. Or seminars or whatever they they call them. Hmm. Survival study. other than the studies. How do you call the broader domain that the survival studies study? Like spiritism, spirit, like non-physical beings, interactions with non-physical beings. Out of body experiences. That's not that. Post-mortem survival of consciousness, survival anomalous. Yeah, but out of body experiences are not related to death sometimes, and not necessarily about mediumship with other entities either. How would you call that? This might be interesting. See? Marketing skills for cloud code. Ah, yeah. The agents. And people noted this is good. Yeah. Technical market and following AI coding agent to help with commercial optimization. Yeah. See you in content. And copy, pay the measurement. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, seems cool. Seems cool. I save it. ESP. What is ESP again? ESP. No, save it. Oh, extrasensory perception. Outer stage of consciousness, but that's just like being on drugs. The scientific and psychological OBEs. Well, I guess if I have a category, I would just have to say OBE. OBE or astral projection, maybe. Traditional esoteric term. Intentionally induced OBE. Projectionology. Out of body experience. Death related continuous consciousness. Isn't there a term with consciousness? Survival study. Non-local consciousness. Extended consciousness, transmission consciousness. Meditation. Do I have because meditation is like a tool, but is it a discipline? And here I want this side to be very on the tool side, not just on the meditation can appease you. Okay, I don't care about that. Let's not. No, I need something that will be out of body experience, astral projection. ESP survival studies, out of body experiences, mediumship, mediumship. I guess out of body experiences and mediumship. If you want, you can try. I mean, you can train the same way you can try to train psychokinesis, recognition. You can try. Yeah, you can try everything. Remote viewing, definitely. Clairvoyance, I guess, yes. Telepathy, too. So, out of all of those, which disciplines would be more likely to be testable? I guess, I mean, that's basically those five, huh? Yeah. Uh, Other than the telepathy, clairvoyance, viewing, recognition, okay, and OBE, and mediumship. Are there other areas that can be the subject of tests and trying to intentionally induce anomalous psychic anomalies, any other discipline. Because yeah, in clairvoyance there's like dowsing and all that stuff, removing. In PK, there's a random number generator. Biofield detection. Distance healing. Distance healing, you can't test that. Biofield, I mean, not easily. Biofield detection. What is the, the use of that? They can detect something without seeing or touching it. It's annoying with living things. Other protocols in measuring the recovery rates of biological samples. Subjected to distant healing intent. That's fun. Oh, yeah, like with the beans or something. You have some beans You give them two different name or five beans or something. And you try to love them or something and see if they grow faster. Dowsing, yeah, but that's clairvoyance. Hypnotic regression. Xenoglossia. Deep hypnosis to induce purported past life memories. So a testable subset of this is xenoglossia, the ability to speak or write a language the subject has never learned. Uh-huh. Anomalous somatic control. Okay, clinical settings. I can't do that. Mutual dreaming. The intentional attempt by two or more individuals to induce a lucid dream and interact with the same dream within the same dream environment. Oh, that's funny. Conducted in sleep laboratories using EEG monitoring. Participants agree on a target or action beforehand and use specific eye movement signals while asleep to indicate to researchers that they have entered a lucid state and are executing the pre-planned interaction. This is funny. There are studies about this. Wow, this is interesting. Yeah, this is interesting. Well, I'm not sure I'm going to do that now, but I mean, right away. That's interesting. Interesting. Others? But it's midnight now. I just want to finish this. And people noted this is good. Sorry, I didn't check that. What is this? PRPM. The dev. Find packages, collection skills. Ah. I mean, I haven't used skills yet. Because I guess I don't. Ah, work trees. Okay, maybe that's cool. It's just that usually, I mean, I guess right now the only way I use skills is that I ask my OpenClaw to add things to its long-term memory when I need it to do some things a certain way. But like right now, my OpenClaw doesn't do much. I mean, at least it doesn't need a skill to do what I ask it to do. Or in a way, I just GraphQL. What the hell? Don't choose GraphQL if you make a small app. Like, just don't, you know? Microservices. People are crazy, yeah? What the fuck is wrong with people? I mean, it's okay if you are, if you work in a big, gigantic corporation, why not? But I guess people use agents for that nowadays too, so it's not only small apps like me. But I would never use this, of course, because for the scale that I'm operating at, like, no. Microservices, GraphQL, no way. Why is the same thing present several times? Hmm. Well, everything feels very, LLM generated. So, and it's very like, yeah, at least for the backend stuff. Master SQL, no SQL time series. Mais like full prompt. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I would never use those because those are too general and too broad and like I don't want to design uber scalable databases, for example. Like because this is the recipe for making a Cassandra database for your to-do app. Like you shouldn't do that. I'm gonna use Kubernetes for my to-do app. No, you shouldn't. Like this is the kind of vibe that it gives me. Also, like, often these big ass prompts give me the impression that people don't understand that the base models, like the base state of the art models from the big AI labs, already have all of this in their own training. So, like, you don't need to tell them, oh, by the way, you need to help me and you need to know about Azure and GCP and Amazon and AWS. Like they know all of this. They know about Dynamo, like GPT 5.4 and Cloud Opus 4.6. It knows about Aurora and DynamoDB and DocumentDB and Neptune and TimeStream. You don't actually need to specify all of this. They know it already. You know, like it really feels like it was made by the same kind of guys who like love creating invocation prompts. I feel like I frequently think people put too much in these prompt skills. Yeah, me too. And like what it feels like to me often is that like it's people who don't really who are normies maybe, but they're just very excited and they want to generate a big thing for their agents to be 100%. Like I remember some guys like writing the prompts being like you are embodying the intellectual prominence of Bill Gates. You have the design taste of Steve Jobs. Like as if it's going to change anything. But I mean, even though I guess on some aspects role playing can benefit if you want to have like a more specific output, right? But you know, for like general stuff like this, you don't need to write all of this. And I think what would be way more useful, for example, if I was writing this skill for myself, I would not write that. I would write what I want for my own stack, right? And so, of course, the skill would be way shorter. It's like okay, it's like I use SQLite fast API, Svelte key. You know, like I would just specify my and I've already done that. I think in the in the system instructions or whatever, in the claude.md, in the opencode.md. I said like no, in the agents.md. Like I said, okay, I use SQLite. Backend should be fast API. Frontend should be Svelte, but not with the backend part, just the Svelte kit and Svelte front end. No hydration, no server side rendering. And I think this way it's actually useful. But it's big, yeah. It's not like putting some info doesn't help, but putting too much does get worse results. Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Worst case scenario, this does nothing. It won't you know do anything special. I mean, the one thing that it could do is that unfortunately maybe it will push the prompt, it will push the agent to not mention anything else than those, right? Whereas maybe your agent without this prompt could have mentioned something like torso, for example, like torso DB, which is like a specific, fork of SQLite where they have a very specific paradigm of how they do things, or Superbase or stuff like that. Maybe now that the agent has only a prompt where you only mention Postgre, MySQL, MariaDB, SQL Server, Oracle, is only going to mention those. Also, like I don't know. I do think if you don't have the niche vocabulary and research skills, that would help. We backfill info with research skill, which I think most people lack, but they are quiet about it, so you don't know about many are here or there. Worse, it will give you worse results. Yes, true. It's just that, yeah. It's just that with a lot of these prompts, I feel like people don't understand how LLMs work. Like they feel like they need to parameterize the LLM, you know? But no, they don't need to be parameterized with a very ultra specific technical prompt to output great code. And that's also the beauty of the state of the art latest models, is that they are made to output great code with a shitty prompt, like, oh, do this for me, you know? And then they go in their way and they spend 30 minutes building the most structured thing you've ever seen just with this like 2 sentences shitty prompts, like, oh yeah, do this like this in a way, maybe, whatever, do it, go, and they output great stuff. And that's what the state of the art model do, and that's what they're good at, and that's what they were made to do, you know but I guess lots of people obsess love to obsess about writing docs and prompts, and yeah. And I guess, I mean, to be fair, as I said, like, if you have very specific needs, the prompts are very useful, right, to steer the agents as you want. But if you are writing a prompt that is as general as the ones that I showed here, there's no point. But yeah, I mean, people are excited, so they do all kinds of stuff that don't make sense. Like, it's the same thing that I've talked about just before about the MCPs, right? Like the MCPs, now that we look back at them, they're a bit nonsensical and very bloated for what they allow. Like talking about the MCPs, I recall that at the very beginning of the MCPs, since the agentic paradigm was not there yet, people were only using chatbots. There were no agents running code. Cloud code didn't exist, when the MCP was invented. Uh, so people created an MCP server to run commands on the local machine, you know, because there was no agents running commands locally back then when the MCP protocol was launched, and so people they were like, oh, how do I do that? I guess I'm gonna do a server to write commands, right? And now, of course, it's ridiculous because, of course, now we have the agents and the LLM can directly, close to the metal, run the command itself, right? But back then, they didn't do that. Like tool calling or function calling, as it was called back then, was like at the very beginning, right? And it's only a few months later that people started to give the power to the LLMs to run their own commands locally on the same computer, on the machine. um, but yeah, and so of course, yeah, people did nonsensical things with the MCPs by making an MCP to run commands, or rather than giving the power directly to the LLM to run the command. I guess with the skills and the prompts and stuff, people will do the same kinds of overexcited things that retrospectively appear, yeah, pretty suboptimal, or not needed. So yeah, I guess this is the universal registry for AI coding tool. Rule skills agent that work with cursor. Most tools need to optimize for noobs using it for the first time. Yeah, as advanced experienced users, we look at things differently. Yeah, true. True, true. I mean, I guess this is like what, yeah, this is, like people build experience and get to know as time goes on. And like, it's funny with the MCPs because now basically the MCPs are dead. A few hours ago, I looked at this new project from Google, which is a CLI to interact with the Google Workspace that is made for humans and for agents. This is a brand new project, right? It was created like 5 days ago. I mean, committed 5 days ago, right? So very recent. And if you look at the latest commits, they just removed the MCP server support. So before they could, like, I guess they planned to make it, or maybe it was planned to be an MCP server, to be runnable as an MCP server. But I guess now that MCPs are dead, they just deleted the thing altogether. It's funny. I mean, and one other example that proves that MCPs are probably not needed. OpenClaw, now the biggest, most, uh, yeah, GitHub repo on Earth, does not support MCPs. Yeah, that said it all. OpenClaw is not compatible with MCPs because OpenClaw doesn't need MCPs. The agent can just go online, call the API, use the CLI tools, and they don't need their own little bloated intermediary server to act on the internet. So like, yeah, the MCPs are dead. But I remember when they came out, people were excited. I remember, like, I think 1 or 2 months after the launch of the MCP standard, almost all the big tech Silicon Valley companies had implemented their MCPs, like Stripe, Google, uh, GitHub, they all shipped their own MCP servers, very excited, waiting for the wave of new users, or something, or the agentic users, or I guess. But there never was. I mean, I guess maybe at the very beginning, but I guess it died down, and now nobody uses MCPs anymore. MCPs were short-lived. They were good for the initial paradigm, but it was solved in a better way. Yeah, exactly. MCPs, I think, were mainly made for non-agentic chatbots, right? That couldn't run the commands themselves. Because I guess back then there were no tools. There were, OpenAI started uh, experimenting with like function calling in the API, but it was like experimental. So yeah, I guess in that world, MCPs kind of made sense. And also, I guess it was because maybe they envisioned that chatbots were going to continue to be run like fully in the cloud. So of course, if you run in the cloud, I guess MCP, like the server paradigm would make sense or something. But yeah, it just was not very needed once we switch to the agents that can run commands. Basically, the harness in the tools expanded to fill that role in different ways. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, now the harness gives all the tools, and yeah, you just directly interact with the harness if you want to add a tool or a skill, to do something, to do like a task or something. Yeah, yeah. I mean, in a way, I think a lot of CLIs are basically small node servers or something, right? Like Cloud Code, like because I think Open Code and Cloud Code can operate as MCP servers. I think I'm not sure. So I guess it's because they ship with a little node server inside, right? To be reachable. And I think like in Open Code they can also you can also run it as an API or something. Like as a no as an HTTP server. I mean so yeah. And WebMCP. What is WebMCP? Just try to write on the name. Oh really? Wait, published 1 month ago? What is this? WebMCP. We want to help website play an active role in how interact with WebMCP aims to provide standard for exposing structured tools, ensuring AI agents can perform action with increased speed, reliability, and precision. Okay. By defining these tools, you tell agents how and where to interact with your site, whether it's booking a flight, filling a support ticket, blah, blah, blah. Two new APIs that allow browser agents to take action on behalf of the users. Declarative API performs certain action that can be defined directly in HTML forms. Okay. Imperative API perform complex, more dynamic interaction that require JavaScript execution. Mm. Mm. Customer support ticket. Yeah, but in a way, like nowadays, the agents can use Playwright, to interact with the browser directly. So do they actually need a specific API? You know? I don't know. Basically, the website defining API for agent rather than letting them just scrape. Yeah, and get the actual content of it, just the naming. Yeah, the resources on the servers. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It can be useful this way. Mm. I mean, I guess that would be a way to prevent the botting, confusion with the humans. Yeah, and I guess, yeah, you're right. On the servers, it would be, and even on the user's part, right? It would be easier to not have to deal with the whole ass browser. I mean, for the agent, right? Because I see when my OpenClaw interact with the browser, it's slow as hell because I guess for each step the agent needs to know, okay, where am I in the page, and do I need to scroll? Okay, I scroll, and then there's another, where am I in the page, and am I at the correct, okay, I need to scroll again, it's very slow. So yeah, I guess an API could make sense. Yeah, but in a way, aren't people starting to actually use skills, in the dot well known file nowadays, to try to do something like this? It's funny because now there are competing standards, right, for AI agents interactions on the web that are popping all around. And because like nowadays, people want to use the skills inside, like to have the agent retrieve skills.md files from the .well known /skills, I guess, of the websites, as a default path for an agent to understand how to use the API, or maybe, I don't know, if there's a CLI tool for something, it can do it through that, you know? And I guess I would like more this to be something like WebMCP. But I guess WebMCP could also serve the same purpose. It's just that sign up for the early preview program. This is not open source. What? And now they try to embark you on the Chrome built-in AI early preview program. This is some bullshit. I submit. I like. I remember I apply like. I subscribed to one of those weird ass newsletters or whatever, and it's just basically like the Chrome people sending you emails saying, hey, by the way, we shipped this new feature in the preview canary, no, do you want to try? Click here and make a feedback. They just, well, it's not actually so they are announcing this, but there is no like, is there a GitHub? Web MCP? Open source JavaScript library that allows any website to integrate with the model. Is this something that another guy made? Model context protocol. Allows users to connect to and interact with your page via LLM or agent. Paste connection token? That sucks. What? What do you mean paste connection token? What the fuck is this? What? I don't know if you care about Theo stuff. I watch his videos sometimes. He dropped a coding tool wrapper tool. T3 code. What is this? Minimal web GUI for coding agents. Currently codecs first with cloud code support going soon. I mean, what does that mean? Minimal web GUI for coding agents. What is this? Is this a browser? Is this like a minimal browser? What, what, like, what is this? We are very, very early in this project. Well, yeah, it's so early that I don't even understand what it is. T3 code. Oh, this is his desktop app from the T3 chat app? Is it what it is? It's like Codex, but for his own company, right? Codex, or the OpenClaw desktop app, but for his own company. Is it what it is? Oh, it's like an Electron app, right? Minimal web GUI. He wants to wrap all the other. He wants to wrap all the other coding tool. Ah, it's a wrapper for the wrapper. It's the wrapper of wrappers. It's the wrapper's wrapper. I mean, yeah, okay, it makes sense because that's the point of his company, right? It's to it's to offer all the models. Uh, it's a tool wrapping tool. Ah, yeah, right. The tool wrapper tool. Yeah. I don't know what is the point for this company. Well, I guess are they mainly a media company? I don't know. I mean, when I say his company, I think it's mostly T3 Chat, right? I guess he also probably uh he has like a coding agency, I feel like also. Um but he seems to, yeah, he seems to have like several branches to his business. One seems to be T3 Chat, which is like a universal chatbot, right? Like it's like it's kind of like ChatGPT, but for the era of chatbots before the CLI tools, in a way, where you have one chat and all the models, um, one like interface, one app with all the models inside. Uh, well, he has his YouTube channel that makes him money, I guess. And he seems to also have like an agency or something, because he often talks about his clients and his you know clients projects or something. So was that something like this? On stream he talks about sponsors they work with. Ah, yeah, he also streams. Yeah, he also talks about his sponsors. So yeah, I'm not sure like what his company does mainly. Is it mainly revenues from Twitch and YouTube, or mainly the T3 chat app, or I don't know. But I thought it's media first to take his the topic. Yeah, probably. AI tools, models, and such. Yeah, probably, I guess. Mm-mm. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? That he would do that because, yeah, he just want to reproduce, the T3 chat app for coding, which is one big use case for LLMs, especially since he is himself a coder. So yeah, makes sense. But I think that here is well, is going to be confronted with lots of with other players like Open Code and the big AI labs, of course. But the same way like T3 chat kind of worked, it seems. Uh, Maybe it will work too. And there's also Cursor, like voila. There's big. He has big competitors, but it's not because you have big competitors that you can't make any money from something. So yeah. Another teammate from his company also does tech content. I don't know for if for himself or not. Yes, I see his videos often. Um, he made a video recently about like he made a video about what recently? I don't remember. But on this YouTube channel, I don't get any. I don't watch videos here. 8.4. Where is the guy? He's not recommended. No, but I can't find him. I cannot find him. But yeah, I see who you're talking about. Same format, Twitch stream recording content for edited video, yeah, or something about comparing sub. That one I've seen him stream record, which sub is better value. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because I think the guy we're talking about is like I think he was like a coder, but he's working for CEO, right? Yeah. Well, I don't know what he does, and I can't find him. This is crazy because his videos make a lot of views, no? Why can't I find it? Him. Why can't I find him? YouTubers are objects to me. Oh yeah, he made a lot of he likes Svelte. He made a lot of Svelte videos. Why is Fireship talking so much about Svelte? What the hell? This guy, Ben Davis, yes. Yeah, so I also watch his videos, yeah. This guy. His videos are nice. They're pretty nice. Maybe I should actually try to make videos like that because I also try to make. I'm working on a big video right now. But I will. This will be a very long video. I will see if this will work or not. Maybe I should just. But even though his videos are pretty long too. I mean, yeah, 15 and 30 minutes. Yeah, we'll see. I'm trying to play the content creation game. What the fuck is this? What is this? What? Now I'm curious. Wow. Hey, this is great, huh? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5.7 million. Wow. 2 months ago. 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 6, 7. 30. Wow. Nice. Well, we need to leave now. So yeah, good night and see you. Have a good weekend, even though it's already Sunday in France. But have a good rest of the weekend. Koji and everyone else, if somebody else is there. Bye bye. See ya.